Definitely. Thank you guys. All right, what's your name?
Tito,
Peter. What's your sheep's name?
Bacchus,
Thumper?
Thumper,
Thumper. Okay, what's your favorite part about working with Thumper? Petting him? Yeah, that's a good part of him, right? Good job. All right. Well, let's give these guys a big round of applause. Thanks, guys.
we call him Thumper because he always
That's a good reason to call him Thumper, for sure. Thank you for sharing, Peter. All right, go ahead and take a lap around so you guys can get some practice here in the show ring.
Let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause. Our next class in the ring will be our commercial youth, class 1, looking for Madeline Davis and Lauren Pesnick. Again, this year we're a part of the North Central District, so as we get here with our Champion U, that Champion U will go on to the district show over at Bridge again for the Showdown Series, and the kids compete against other counties and then on to the state showdown. So, like I said, as things go here, you'll see that we'll name a champion. We turn our champions for the Showdown division, and that's what that is. It's just another step for these kids, another chance to get out and compete and work with other kids. So, coming in the ring now, first class commercial youth, we have Lauren Pesnick and Madeline Davis. Thank you to our queens. We got our 3 fair queens down there. Like I said, they were just named, I believe, last night. And thank you to them to come here and work the ring here with the sheep show. I imagine you guys will see them around the fair pretty much all week here. It's great to have these young ladies come out and help with our youth. So thank you to them as well.
Good, good, good. So, we have to. No, I think.
be a little bit smaller when I came in, and that seems to be the story for most county fairs, which is unfortunate, but I'm really glad that we got some quality in here. I think if you saw it a little bit differently, and there's some pros and cons between the two, I'd certainly be willing to hear your argument. But as they come in, I really like the look and balance of this first ewe. She ties her neck really high at the top side of a short shoulder, a really angular blade, and then comes back into a really sweeping rib cage that's soft in her flank, giving her a really good look from the side. She's more elevated in her loin edge, which actually comes back into a stouter square or pin set. Again, all of that helps her balance from the side. I really like how she sets down onto her hip and hind leg. I actually prefer the more youthful rib cage of the one behind her. She's another one who gives a good look from the side. She sits a little bit deeper in her chest, a little bit higher in her spine. I prefer to square her up in the way that she utilizes her hock. But another good one to go ahead and go in a second. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Next class in the ring will be Ivy Urbach, Madeline Davis, and Olivia Urbach. Results of class number 1. First place, Lauren Pesnick. Second place, Madeline Davis.
more trade-offs in this class, and if you saw them a little bit differently, I wouldn't necessarily argue. Left them in their line as they came in again. I just think that the young lady sheep who goes in first, this is a ewe who comes together in a complete package. She's bold and round in a rib. She ties her neck high to the top side of a flat shoulder. She comes back the smoothest in the transition, the way she ties into her pin set, the roundest and the biggest out of her hip and sets down from the stoutest hind leg. You get her in motion and she utilizes her hind leg with the most stability. The one behind her I actually really like in terms of her 3/4 forward. She's the most feminine in the way she ties her neck high to the top side of her shoulder. I really like her length ahead of her blade. I just wish she was more stable in the terms of her hind leg. She needs to be shortened in her pastern, needs to connect there a little bit better. I appreciate the one that comes out in last here, the blue sheep. She's got the most athletic build, probably the one with the most breeding pieces. I really love her length of pattern. Just one that maybe comes in a few too many pieces. She disconnects in terms of her groin and hip. One that I'd like to change in the way she utilizes her hind leg. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now we'll bring back the top two in the commercial U division for your champion overall. So we're going to need Madeline Davis and Lauren Petznick to bring their top two out. And we will name a champion commercial U. Also the champion of this division will be our representative from Worth County going on to the North Central Iowa Showdown. We are going to kind of, just to keep things rolling here, at the end of the sheep show, if these exhibitors that are winning banners and that kind of stuff and people that want to get pictures taken, after the sheep show we're going to go back out either to the banner out there or out here in the sun and we'll get all the backdrop pictures and stuff. If you'd like to get backdrop pictures and the sponsors and stuff, we can send that out to the sponsors because we've got an awesome set of sponsors for these banners. We like to keep pictures and contacts with these people that are always right there to support us. So following the show, if we can get the kids that win banners today, any division, let's get you to the backdrop, get some pictures for you guys and also for the sponsors. Our sponsor here for our Champion U is Manly Development. They sponsor the banner for that. The reserve sponsor is Mike and Sue Urbach. Thank you to those two for sponsoring our banners here in this division.
Small commercial U division here, but I think think we've got some great quality ones, and I think these exhibitors have done a fantastic job. So let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. When it comes to selection for my commercial use, I like them youthful, I like them to look really good, I like them to look good from the side while maintaining that balance and good structure. And I think there's two out here that do it the best for me, and the two from your first class will be your Champion Reserve.
Grand Champion Commercial U is Lauren Petznick. Reserve Champion Commercial U is Madeline Davis. Next in the ring will be our prospect division. We have one exhibitor, Piper Bakehouse. Peter Lanta weighs 99 pounds. Following this class, we'll move into our market land division. Class 4 will be Brittany Haberman, Madeline Davis, and Brecken Haberman.
Out here, but this young lady's done an excellent job of keeping her fresh, and she's definitely got a lot of muscle while still having the right type of finish, and I really appreciate that, so let's give her a round of applause.
Our Grand Champion Prospect Lab is Piper Bakehouse. Now we'll be moving into the Market Lab division. Brindley Haberman, Madeline Davis, and Brecken Haberman. and champion feeder lamb prospect lamb banner was donated by Scott and Candy Severson. Thank you for their support in supporting these banners for these kids. You're around in the barns pretty much this whole week. We were fortunate enough, we've got 110 champion or reserve banners that have been donated by the sponsors here in Worth County. I think that's just great. I mean, those banners they're $20 a piece, and we can give them to every kid that wins the champion or reserve. And if you're walking around and you see the sponsors that are on there, don't be afraid to thank them as well for sponsoring them banners. It's easy for me to make phone calls and text messages because I just text these people and I mean they answer right back, yep, put us down. So it makes it nice to have that kind of support for the banners and the awards for these kids.
Into the market lands, and I'm certainly more focused on muscle, but I still like them. They're still show sheep, and I still like them to look nice. And I think as far as blending all of those priorities, this young man's weather does it the best. As I move over and handle him over his body wall, he's got the best type of finish on him. He's the biggest in his rib, that allows him to have the most muscle over his rack, and he comes back into his square loin and biggest pin set. But on top of that, you step off from the profile. He's the one who ties his neck highest to the top side of a really flat and actually pretty short blade. He comes back into a level hip and smooths out into a deep flank, allowing him to balance from the side. One thing I wish I could change about him is the way he utilizes that hind leg. I'm not sure there's really one in here that necessarily corrects him on that, so he'll go ahead and be your winner. This young lady's blue sheep is really youthful, really lean in the way he's put together in terms of body composition. I really like his long, extended pattern. One that I just like to change from a balance standpoint, it's a little bit deeper in terms of his chest. I'd like to deepen it out in terms of his flank, and still change from the way he utilizes his hind leg. This young lady's weather is one that's really stout at the ground. I just wish he matched it a little bit better up high. He's the one that's the flattest in terms of his rib cage, the narrowest in his pin set, but a nice one to round off the class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Coming in the ring next is our Class 5 market lambs, Ivy Urbach, Olivia Urbach, and Piper Baycott. Results of Class 4, Brendan Haberman was first, second was Madeline Davis, third was Brinley Haberman. After Class 6, we'll want them first and seconds of each class to come back for your champion overall. market lamps weigh between 131 and 139. Following this class, we will have class 6. Olivia Urbach, Lauren Petznick, and Ivy Urbach. Following that class, we will have our champion overall. We'll bring back the division. We also want to give a shout out too for our superintendents. These are the people that are kind of behind the scenes. They're the ones that do the weigh-ins and the checking in and the judges. They get the ring help and everything lined up and do a lot of the paperwork. Superintendents are Mike Urbach and Nathaniel Juleshouse and Scott Severson and Lauren Welke. And hats off to these guys and Brian. I mean, they've been kind of in the trenches here with this sheep thing for many, many years, and it really runs smooth, and we really appreciate the help that they give throughout the year for these kids and their different aspects of this. And there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, like I said, that happens to make a show like this go off, and it's great to have them volunteers. Also a shout out to Alex Schotter down there in the corner. He's a new recruit. We kind of got him in. He graduated out of the sheep program, and now we're kind of roping him back in to help these kids. And it's great to see kids as they kind of get out of the program and then they turn around and jump right back in to help out. So we appreciate that as well.
Challenging classes of the day. We've got two that start that are pretty similar type in kinds, but they've got some things that I really wish that I could change about them. But I went ahead and start with this young lady's blue sheep here. Really stout square sheep that comes really stout out of the back side of his hip, really level. A lot of turn to his lower quarter, sets down to a really stout hind leg. I think he slightly corrects the one behind him's hind leg and the way he utilizes it. I think this is one that's really robust in terms of his ribs, has got a lot of muscle on him, while still having the right type of condition and one that I'm comfortable go ahead and starting. I like this sheep in terms of the way he opens up from his rear 3/4. He's really rounding his rib shape. He comes out really stout out of his hip. I wish I could change the way he utilizes his hind leg. He gets outside of himself in terms of his skeleton. He closes at his knee, but one that I appreciate in terms of the outside and the way he balances. I struggle with this young lady's lamb because I really like his athleticism. I like where he is in terms from a market condition standpoint. He's really lean with the credibility aspect. I like his length of pattern. I just think one that needs to balance a little bit better from the outside for me. He gets a little bit deeper in his chest in relation to his flank. One that doesn't necessarily correct the others from a structural standpoint, so I'll go ahead and leave him third. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results in Class 5, first place, Olivia Urbach. Second place, Piper Bakehouse. Third place, Ivy Urbach. One more class of market lamps coming in. Coming in the ring now, we need Class 6, Olivia Urbach, Lauren Petznick, and Ivy Urbach.
makes my job a lot of fun at a county fair level when you get to see some quality sheep like this. And I think the one that I start with really is a standout in terms of putting together muscle with a really, really cool look from the side. He's really attention grabbing when he gets in the ring. Not just because he's shaggy and he's got all the fun pieces, but because he's a really tall fronted sheep who comes back into a super level hip and a really cool hind leg. He's great balance from the side, but then you get your hands on him. He's got the right kind of condition over his body wall. He's got a good amount of shape over his rack and loin. A really, really neat one to go ahead and start. The one that comes out in second is perhaps the most explosive over his rack, definitely coupled with the fact that he's the most expansive out of his forehead. Another one that balances really, really well from the side, has got tons of shape out of his hip. Maybe just doesn't do it with quite the youthful look up front as the one ahead of him, but still a really, really nice sheep to go ahead and go in second. One that rounds off the class is another really well-balanced sheep. Super stout at the ground. You can't really fault him for anything from a balance standpoint. I like the way he puts his neck high to the top side of a flat shoulder. He comes back with a ton of shape out of the back side of his hip. Just one that I like to change up in the way to utilize his talk if he gets a bit outside of himself. I'd like to deepen him out in his flank in comparison to his chest, just to give him a little bit of that neater look to the ones ahead of him, but still a nice one to round off the class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results in class number 6. First place, Lauren Petstick. Second place, Ivy Urbach. Third place, Olivia Urbach. Now we'll be bringing back our top 2 in each class for our champion overall market lamb. As I said earlier, champion market lamb will receive a champion reserve, receives banners, and also there's a banner that they have been chosen to represent Worth County at the North Central Iowa Showdown in Brent, which is on August 8th. Sponsorship on the banners here for our Champion Reserve Market Lamb. It's Luke and crew. That's Lauren that's out there in the ring. Her and her family have built a real nice business here on Main Street. Also got a booth over here in the exhibit building if you're looking for shirts, candles, all sorts of different knick-knack stuff. Certainly look them up and look them up on Main Street during the year. They're very supportive of the community, and that's another family that was very active in the sheep program here, and right away they turn around and give back. So that's greatly appreciated. So thank you to Lulu and crew for their support. Tiffany comes from us. She's a school teacher in Clear Lake. Tiffany grew up, she was on the Blackhawk Community College judging team, which is a very competitive judging team, and then she went on to Iowa State. Thank you to Tiffany for coming up here and working with our youth today. I think she does an excellent job of analyzing the sheep, and then she also just spending time with the kids and teaching them about their projects. And at the end of the day, that's really our goal, is just to kind of work for working with our youth. I mean, the sheep are just kind of a tool that we're using to raise good kids, and fortunately here in Worth County, there's been a lot of good kids, and I mean, we've got a lot of the program well now, and the future looks bright as well. So thank you again for Tiffany to come up here and work with our youth here today.
thank you guys for having me out here today to judge your sheep show. I really enjoyed it, and I think that there's a small amount of numbers, but I was really surprised and happy with the quality that I was able to judge today, and that always makes the job a lot more fun with these county fairs. And I think the youth did a really great job getting these animals out here and presenting them well, and I always appreciate that. They seem prepared, and that always makes the day go by a lot faster. I think in terms of your weathers, I appreciate it being a bigger show. To me, it split a lot like your commercial use, in the fact that there was one class out here that really separated in terms of qualities from the other class. I think the champion and reserve will be the two from your last class.
Our champion market lamb will be Lauren Petstick. Our reserve champion market lamb is Ivy Urbach. Once we let these kids get back and kind of get things regrouped, then we'll bring out our pens of three. Looking for Madeline Davis, Ivy Urbach, and Olivia Urbach for the pens of three. Also this afternoon here in the arena at 1 o'clock, we will have a judging contest for any youth that are interested in getting involved with that. Also, it's kind of neat to get the kids out here, and this is kind of the foundation and the building blocks to build kids that, you know, eventually could go on and judge other county fairs, you know, as well. So certainly encourage your kids. It's a no pressure situation. I mean, you just go out there and give it a shot and work with the program and just analyze the animals and see how they can line them up and kind of judge them and see how they can do. So certainly encourage your kids. It's open to anybody. You don't even have to be from Worth County. I mean, we get a lot of kids from Minnesota and different surrounding counties and stuff that come to the judging contest. And it's kind of one of the things here at Worth County that started off small, and it's really kind of taken off and grown. So encourage your kids if they got some time to just partake in the judging contest. Good way to learn, good way to pick up some ideas for picking out your projects for future years. Also this year, the 2026 Livestock Ribbon Auction, it is a change. We did move the ribbon auction with the change in the scheduling and stuff. The ribbon auction will now be on Sunday, June 22nd at 2 o'clock, right here in the show ring. We have kind of a cumulative sale format, and this is basically, it's an opportunity for people to donate money, to give back to these kids, to help support their projects, help them cover some feed bills, pay some expenses and travel expenses as well. Early bidding opens, you can place your bid at the fair office starting anytime from now until Saturday morning. It's also an opportunity if you have a kid or a friend or a neighbor or somebody that you want to donate some money to, you can just go over to the fair office and just, you know, if you want to give $20 to help that kid with this program, you can give them $20, you can give them $100, you can give them $500, you can do whatever you want. You can get your name on there to support these kids. And so that's something new. Also new this year with the ribbon auction, you'll see a lot of these different kids. And, like today, you know, this is kind of the first day of the livestock shows. We've got kids showing sheep. A lot of the same kids will be showing pigs tomorrow, and then we're going to show cattle on the Saturday. So, but the way they're doing it is just one time through the ring. If you want to support the kid in the cattle business, you can go over to the fair office now and put $20 down on a kid or whatever income that you would like. So we appreciate that. After the auction, email or choose by mail, the exhibitors will send you a thank you and submit them to the ribbon sale as well. The extension office will reach out to you and settle up for your purchases. But like I say, that's kind of a new format. It's worked well in other counties for everybody to be involved, so you don't feel like you have to spend a large amount on one kid. You can spread your funds over several different kids. So if you want to help out and support any of the kids, feel free to stop over to the fair office, and they'd be more than happy to work with you and help you, and then you can go from there. So, and we appreciate all the support and the dollars we get from the ribbon auction. It has a lot to do with what goes on and that kind of thing. So. In the ring now is our Pena 3 division. Basically, this is a division where the exhibitors bring out 3 animals. Their goal is to get 3 animals that are built the same conformation-wise, weight-wise. This is a good, complete set of animals. We have 3 exhibitors: Madeline Davis, Ivy Urbach, and Olivia Urbach.
Exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause. Well, obviously these kids do a great job, and they've done a great job all day of getting these sheep sheared and presented and looking really nice. For Pena 3, that's not really what we're out here for. We're out here to really show consistency and conformation and condition for these sheep and muscle-wise and what we're looking for. So I'm going to get started with this group over here. They're about the same width, they're about the same condition. Following suit with this group right here, these sheep are market ready. They've got the same amount of rib shape, the same amount of muscle mass. Again, there are 3 sheep that are the same type and kind that look great from the side. And this group over here, they're lean, they've got great cutability factor. All of that are great attributes to them. Just maybe a little bit different in terms of type and kind, so they went ahead and rounded out the class. But again, thank you all for bringing these sheep out here.
Results in the Pena 3. Grand champion was Olivia Urbach. Reserve was Ivy Urbach. Third was Madeline Davis. Next in the ring will be our senior showmanship. two Renegade winners this year. They're on the back sheet of your program here. First place was Olivia Urbach. She had a line with a beginning weight of 99 and a final weight of 149. Renegade was a .83 Renegade. Second, reserve Renegade, Madeline Davis. Beginning weight 64, final weight 111 with a .783 Renegade. If two young ladies would like to bring their lambs out and parade them, in the ring here now, we have our champion reserve, Renegade. First place was Olivia Urbach, beginning weight 99, final weight 149. She had a .83 Renegade. Second was our reserve was Madeline Davis, with a lamb that started at 64, ended at 111, .783 Renegade. Let's give both these young ladies a good round of applause. The banner was sponsored by Work Solutions, and congratulations, these young ladies. I mean, when you get up over 3/4 of a pound a day on a lamb, that's pretty impressive in terms of Renegade. And also, it's really neat to see lambs that gain that well, but then both these young ladies have been successful in the show. So, I mean, they fed them good, but they fed them right. And they look good when they come out here, and they're well taken care of. So, appreciate that. Next in the ring, we will have senior showmanship. Just kind of a heads up here on the showmanship divisions, there'll be times when you see kids that are maybe look like they're not in the right class or right division. Here in Worth County, it's always kind of been a kind of part of the program where if a young person wins their division, they're more than welcome to move up in age group. So sometimes you get a kid that's really good. They'll start out in the young division and, they'll be in the senior division their third year in or second or whatever. So sometimes the ages get a little off here on these kids, but certainly it's interesting how they can move on up through the program. So coming in the ring now, like I say, will be our senior showmanship. Champion showmanship banners are donated by Scott and Tammy Sievertson and Hubby Lawn Service of Northwood. showmanship. Following this, we will have our intermediate, then our juniors. Following the juniors, we're going to move right into the goat division. We will have Pee-wee goat, and we will have Buckley Haverman, Cody Haverman, Harris Waller, Cora Benson, Stella Ray, Kinsey Shores, Peter Luddington, Olivia Luddington, Dinah Luddington, and Lexi Smith. And so any of you goat exhibitors, like I say here, after a couple classes here, we're going to move right into the goat division.
Give these senior exhibitors a nice big round of applause. I like to take my time with showmanship because I think showmanship is the most important part of the day. You know, you might not have the day you wanted. You might not have seen eye to eye with the judge, or you might not always show the best livestock. I know growing up I didn't get the opportunity to show the best livestock. But showmanship is really an opportunity where you can shine outside of all of that. And it goes beyond just the show ring. Are you working with your animal? Are you taking care of their skin? Are you feeding them appropriately? All of that comes to play when you are in here in the ring. And it really makes a difference too, because we're not out here to show. You show until you're 18, possibly 21, and then past that, hopefully you become stockman. And being a good stockman goes beyond just being a good showman, right? You have to be able to know these things to select your own selection criteria when hopefully you go and breed your own animals someday, or you're feeding your own show stock, or you're feeding your own herd of whatever you have in the future, hopefully. So I asked these exhibitors a couple questions. I asked them one thing that they would change about their livestock, and then one what they're feeding their livestock, a couple things that they appreciated about their sheep out here, just to get a gauge of kind of what they knew as seniors here about their sheep. And also helps them out here in the show ring to kind of hide some of those things they maybe don't want the judge to see as much. Then I went ahead and just talked to them a little bit about some things that maybe I saw that they could possibly work on in the future, so we had some good conversations about that. I would say, as I was out here today, for some of you guys who are younger, who possibly are going to be coming in for your intermediate and junior showmanship, just make sure you're staying off of me. I'm a judge, and I know if you go to show at State Fair or some bigger shows, a lot of those judges are the same way. They really want to see the kids from a distance. So make sure you're not cutting those corners and kind of using the whole ring to really give them some space and be able to see your sheep. But these exhibitors did a really great job. Let's give them a round of applause. Young lady in front of me, she showed a lot of sheep today, and they all gave me a really great look. She's going to be your champion showman. And the young lady in black, she did the same thing. She did a great job today. She'll be your reserve.
Our champion senior showmanship is Ivy Urbach. Reserve champion, Maddie Davis. Coming in the ring next will be our intermediate showman. Our intermediate banners is donated by Carrie and Carol Van Delheisen. Our reserve intermediates is Manly Development. After our intermediates, we'll move on to the juniors. Following the juniors, we're going to move right into our Pee-wee goat. So if you're a goat exhibitor, let's go ahead and start getting your goats ready and get your corn to ring as well. Another reminder, if you haven't won a banner today, following the conclusion of the show, or even now if you're kind of done, make sure we get back there and get some pictures taken and of the kids with the banners, and then don't be afraid to share them. If we can get pictures back, that's great for me to get to these sponsors. So get your backdrop pictures with your banners, and be sure to thank the sponsors on the banners if you see them around the fair here this week. For those of you that wanted backdrop pictures for the sheep, the photographer is going to be in the backdrop by the sheep barn versus the one out here. The one out here, they feel like it's a little too bright, so we're going to go to the backdrop of the sheep barn. So following the show, if you see the taking pictures over there, grab up your animal and get a picture with the banner. In the ring now is your intermediate showmanship. Our judge today is Tiffany Tomlin. Tiffany's from Clear Lake, grew up down around Muscatine. She went to Blackhawk Community College, was on a very competitive judging team there, and on to Iowa State. And thank you to Tiffany again for coming and working with our kids today. She's spending some time now with these two intermediates, just giving them some ideas and some tips to make their experience better, just teach them some ideas on show lines and what works the best. So appreciate her coming up here and working with us today. Let's give her a good round of applause for coming here and working with our youth here today.
Let's give these intermediate exhibitors a nice round of applause. All your showmen did a terrific job today, but I think the young lady in green right here, she showed a lot of sheep today, and I really appreciate how she gets them stuck, so she'll be your champion. The young lady in black also did an excellent job for your years.
Our champion intermediate is Olivia Urbach. Reserve is Piper Bakehouse. Coming in next is our final class in the sheep division will be our junior showmanship. Following junior showmanship, we'll move right into the Pee-wee goats. Our banner for junior showmanship is sponsored by Work Solutions. Thank you to Nathaniel for sponsoring banners here today as well. Also, if you can look around the arena here, thank you to the sponsors that are up here on the wall, all the different banners that got updated a couple years ago. And we got some awesome sponsors here in Warwick County that have stepped up, and not just for the sheep show. I mean, all these sponsors are donating large sums of money in general just to help out for all the overhead expenses and everything with the fair. And it's really nice to be able to run a fair this quality and this great facilities in a town and a county this size. I mean, I think we do an excellent job of providing a lot of good entertainment. Tonight we got the rodeo tonight. We've got a judging contest this afternoon. If you look at the scheduled events, there's all sorts of things going on. Good selection of food vendors over here. Just make sure that feel free to go over there and try different things. There's all sorts of different things over there that are really neat. It's great to have that kind of selection here at the county fair as well.
job with her sheep, and she's our one junior exhibitor here, so she'll be your champion, and I think she's well deserved. So let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations to Brindley Haverman, our champion junior showman. Next in the ring will be our Pee Wee Goat. Buckley Haverman, Cody Haverman, Harris Waller, Cora Benson, Stella Wright, Kinsley Shores, Peter Luddington, Olivia Luddington, Dinah Luddington, and Lexi Smith. If we want to go ahead and bring them in here now, that would be great.
All right, we got our first class here of goats, and it's our Pee Wee exhibitors here. Can you tell us your name, please? Harper, what is your goat's name? Maddie, and what's your favorite part of working with Maddie? Don't know, do you like petting Maddie? Petting Maddie would be fun. Is she soft? Yes, okay, thank you, Harper. What's your name? Kinsley, what's your goat's name?
Spotty.
Spotty, I can see why you named her Spotty. It's because he has spots?
Yeah.
Yes, what's your favorite part of working with Spotty?
Because she comes with me and she's really soft.
Really soft and goes everywhere. Fun, thank you, Kinsley. And I think you showed some sheep too. What's your name?
Olivia.
Olivia, what's your goat's name?
Karen.
Karen, why is it named Karen? You don't have to have a reason. What's your favorite part of working with Karen?
Petting and watching her.
Washing her, that would be really fun. Thank you, Olivia. What's your name? Bella, what's your goat's name? Oh, that's a really cool name. How'd you come up with that? What's your favorite part of working with her? Walking her, that seems really fun. Thank you. What's your name?
Cora.
Cora, what's your goat's name?
Great.
Ray? What's your favorite part of working with Ray?
I like walking her.
That would be really fun. Thanks for sharing with us. What's your name?
Paris.
Hey, what? What's your goat's name? Chocolate chip. Is it because he's brown? He does look like a chocolate chip. What's your favorite part of working with chocolate chip? some sheep with us. What's your name?
Peter,
Peter. What's your goat's name?
Gray,
Gray. Is it because he's gray?
yeah,
What's your favorite part of working with him?
holding him,
Cuddling. We can tell. You look like you like to cuddle. He's very cute. Thank you. What's your name?
China,
Dinah. What's your goat's name? The mom of that one. Okay, that's fun. We got a little family going on here. Okay. What's your favorite part of working with Sam? Cuddling her. That's good. That's a good part of working with animals. Thank you. What's your name? Lexi. What's your goat's name? Spot. So why'd you name him Spot? What's your favorite part of working with Spot? Walking her around. Is she good at that? Good deal. All right. Thank you. All right. What's your name? Okay. What's your goat's name? Cucumber. What's your favorite part of working with Cucumber? Feeding him. All right. Thank you, guys. Let's give these PBA exhibitors a nice round of applause. Go ahead and take a lap and show your goats off to everybody.
Great to see all these young kids out here working with the projects, and thank you to the adults and the older exhibitors too that kind of step up and help mentor these kids and give them these opportunities. So thank you for the kids that come out and do it, and thank you to the mentors as well. This is an excellent deal. Kind of do this in all the species, so thank you. Moving on here to the Junior Goat Show, our judge today, Tiffany Tomlin. Tiffany is a school teacher down at Clear Lake. She grew up, she was real active on the Blackhawk Community College judging team, as well as the judging team at Iowa State. Has a lot of experience working with animals and has did an excellent job with our kids here with the sheep, and we look forward to her working with our goats here today too as well. So let's go ahead and give Tiffany a good round of applause here before we get started with our goat show. First class in the ring will be our junior doe meat goats. Exhibitor Natalie Burns run home. There's been a correction, it'll just be Natalie Burns, just one entry.
Single entry though here to start, but certainly one that's got some quality. She's wide when she comes down to a stout front hind leg and sweeps back into a maternal rib shape, coming out into a stout pin set. She utilizes her structure well with some balance from the side, so let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Champion junior dome meet goat is Natalie Burns. Next in the ring will be our yearling dome meet goat, Natalie Burns and Riley Smith.
a style and feature. She ties her neck really high to the top side of a super angular and well put together shoulder while coming down onto a really stout surface. She really comes together from the side and maintains that look and balance when she's out on the move. She comes back into a level and square hip and stays square into her hind leg. I really like the maternal features of this young man's doe, really folds and open up in terms of his rib cage and sweeps down into a really good lower rib shape. Just one that gets a little bit frailer, a little bit plainer in the way she's put together. So I'll go ahead and stay second. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from our yearling doe meat goat division. First place, Natalie Burns. Second place, Riley Smith. Next in the ring will be our senior doe meat goat, Bracken Haberman, Hunter Jansen, Caitlin Rodstead, and Riley Smith. Following this next class, we will want the top two from each of them of the three previous classes to come back for our champion overall meat goat doe. We do have a correction. We will have lot 6 of the pygmy goats. Harper Baker will show her pygmy goat, and then we will have our champion overall. So there'll be one more class following this before we have our champion overall.
Here, and I think this young man's doe is one that really puts together look and balance with the structural integrity that I'm after. I think she's really bold and maternal in terms of her center rib shape. She's got all those attributes that I'm looking for in terms of a maternal doe. But step off from the side, and she's well balanced because she comes out longer out of the back side of her hip. I think she's got more flexibility in terms of her hop. One that I appreciate because she's got that extra balance from the side. I think the young man's black-headed doe is one that when you get him out on the move, I actually appreciate more. I think she stays more balanced, and she's got some neat features. She actually puts her neck really high to the top side of a really angular shoulder. She's the boldest and most maternal and opened up and robust in her rib cage by quite a bit. And she comes out really stout out of her pin set. Once you get her stuck, I really question if she's a little bit too short in terms of her hip. She gets too straight out of her hock. That's how she winds up in second. I really like the length and extension of pattern from this young lady who winds up in third. She's really long ahead of her shoulder. It gives her a more youthful look. For me, she's just a bit too closed up in terms of her rib cage. She gets too narrow out of her hip, so she winds up in third. To close off the class, a doe that's got some length and extension, just the flattest, most narrowest one in the class, how he rounds off the class. So let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 5, first place, Riley Smith, Forest City FFA. Second place, Brecken Haberman, Northwood FFA. Third place, Caitlin Rodston, Lake Mills FFA. Fourth place, Hunter Jansen, Northwood FFA. Next in the ring will be our Pickney Goat, Mytomics, Harper Baker. Following this class with Harper, then we will bring our first and second back of all the previous 4 divisions for our champion and reserve overall.
body that she considers maternal, and I appreciate her look from this side, so let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Our banner sponsors today for our goats are Farmer State Bank and Knutson Automotive. So thank you to Farmer State Bank and Kirby and the crew up there at Knutson Automotive for their continued support as well of the banners and the 4-H program here. And some more people that have been involved with their families and turn around and give back. So thank you to them as well.
Thank you guys for having me out here to judge your goat show today. And when I'm out here and evaluating these goats, I cover my basics of maternal ability, structure, power, all of those things. And after that, I look for those extras and show herd appeal. And I think there's two out here that do that, and I think there's one that does it exceptionally well. I'll go out here and shake the hands of your champion and then your reserve.
Our champion in reserve was Natalie Burns, Green Shamrock FFA. Congratulations to Natalie. Now we'll begin our dairy goat portion. As we turn the page on your program, 4 exhibitors: Brindley Hammerman, Aubrey Shuttler, with 2 entries, and Avery Grunholm. Great first class of dairy goats here, and I think this young lady did a nice job. Her goat's got a nice big
big rib cage, nice maternal. I really like the definition in terms of this one's udder, nice well balanced and good structured doe. Just go ahead and start. And then the young lady that follows kind of follows suit in terms of type and kind, a good structured doe who sits down on a good hind leg. I think one that's got some maternal rib shape and some width. So really appreciate that about her. One that maybe I'd like to see in terms of stoutness compared to our first one, so that's why she winds up in second. I like the length and extension of this young lady that comes out in third. Just maybe someone that gives up some power to the ones ahead of her. She's a little bit narrow and comes ahead of her hawk, that's why she stays there. The same lady who rounds out the class has got some good length, got some good body. Just one that kind of gives up some power, gives up some size to the ones ahead of her. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 1, Brindley Haberman, Green Shamrocks. Second, Aubrey Shuttler, Golden Banner. Third, Aubrey Shuttler, Golden Banner. Fourth, Avery Grunhold, Dirk Wohelas. Next will be our Lot 2, Senior Doe Dairy Goats. Lina Benson, Isabel Butler, Sophia Butler, Martin Gerard, Beckett Haberman, Tinsley Robb, Caitlin Robb, Ethan Wright, Veda Waller, and Atticus Luddington. confident working through these goats. I do want to mention again, thank you to the cushion project. If you're here during the fair the rest of the week, or even today, if you want a cushion down there in the corner in the old concession stand there, the cushion project donors go over here on the wall. Knudsen Automotive and the Fair Board, FSB and Farm Bureau, Peterson Excavating, ADA, Luckason Tractor, Worth Brewing, Kruger Construction, Federal Foam, and Gary and Vicki Knudsen. And thank you for donors like that as well to step up and sponsor our cushion program too. Sometimes it gets long for the parents and grandparents and these bleachers in the same time and soft cushions. So they're down there in totes in the corner all week long. Feel free to grab a cushion if you like and help yourself to them. As well as I want to shout out to all the sponsors over here on the right. Those are sponsors that just give a lot of time and money and effort to the fair in general, and it's great for all the support we have. So thank you to all of them.
Well, I certainly love the numbers that are in this class, so that's excellent for your guys' fair. I started this young man here because I think this doe really combines structure with look and balance with a really great maternal quality and udder structure. So I think she ties her neck really high to the top side of a super angular shoulder. She's a really tall fronted doe that comes down into a sweeping maternal rib shape, and she sits down into a really attractive hind leg while still maintaining a really balanced udder. So good job to this young man. The doe that comes out here in second is a really stout featured doe. She comes down the stoutest at the ground for sure. She's a little bit more run down, a little bit more worn a little bit, but she's a really robust udder. I really like her stoutness of feature. She's really stout out of her pin sets. Just one that doesn't have quite the style as the one ahead of her. I really like the length and feature of the one in third. Another one that comes stout out of her pin set. She's a tall shouldered doe who sweeps down into a maternal rib shape. Just wishes she was a little bit stouter out of the ground to get any higher. The young lady in fourth is another one that's got some length and extension. She's really bold in her maternal and her rib shape. Just one that drops out of her hip a little bit. I'd like to see her refined in her teeth structure to get any higher. The young man is a long pattern doe. Just one that certainly needs some more maternal rib shape and body to get any higher. And then the young lady who comes behind him is another one that kind of matches in terms of type and kind to the ones ahead of her. I really like the udder on this one. It's really well defined, really balanced and really even. Just another one that I'd like to see with some more stoutness. And another one that matches in terms of pattern to the ones ahead of her. Just one that I'd like to change from a balance standpoint. I'd like to see her set higher at the top side of her shoulder, shorten in her blade to make her look more balanced from the side. As we go down to a set of smaller does here, the young lady that comes next is one that's got some stoutness. She's got some maternal body. She unfortunately just gives up in size to the ones ahead of her. And this young lady with the brown doe out here is one that's got some length ahead of her blade. She narrows out of her pin set and drops out of her hip. I need to change that to see her get any higher. I like the stoutness at the ground in terms of this young lady's brown doe out here. Just one that I certainly like to change from a structural standpoint. She gets too short in her hip. She gets over in her knee. She runs out, or she's towards the bottom of the class. And this young man who rounds out the class is too straight off of either end of her skeleton. She needs some more width and some power. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 2 Senior Doe Dairy Goats. First place was Ethan Wright. Second place, Brecken Haberman. Third place, Ethan Wright. Fourth place, Lena Benson. Fifth place, Atticus Ludington. Sixth, Isabel Butler. Seventh, Sophia Butler. Eighth, Kinsley Robb. Ninth, Caitlin Rodston. 10th, Beta Waller. 11th, Martin Gerard. Now we'll have one more class with Ethan Wright. Now we will have our champion, Dairy Doe. Yep. So coming back in, we will need Brittany Haberman and Aubrey Shuttler with their first and second in the junior no division. And in senior division, here we have Ethan Wright and Brecken Haberman. Following this championship here, we will have our dairy weather with Ethan Wright. Our championship banners are sponsored by Farmers State Bank and Charleston Auto Body in Grafton. Thank you to their continued support as well for these banners here for these champion reserves here today.
A really robust dairy goat division here at your guys' county fair, and I think there's some definite size differences here, and that can certainly make it challenging out here. But I always tie to stoutness, and I always tie to length and extension and maternal ability, and I appreciate seeing their full udders, and I appreciate being able to evaluate teat structure and all the things that go into being good moms, and I think the two from your last class will be your champion and reserve.
Supreme Champion Dairy Doe Goat goes to Ethan Wright. Our Reserve Supreme goes to Brecken Haberman. Congratulations, those two exhibitors. Coming in the ring now, we'll have a single entry, Dairy Weather, Ethan Wright. Following Ethan, then we will start with senior showmanship, then intermediate, then junior.
let's give them a nice round of applause for congratulations.
Your champion during weather was Ethan Wright, Grove Progressive Farmers. Next in the ring will be our senior showmanship. Senior showmanship for goats. Go ahead and bring them on in. Sponsors for the senior goat showmanship banners is Farmer State Bank. Thank you to them as well. I need to make an announcement. I was just informed there is a black Ford pickup, I believe, with Winnebago plates, PKZ 733. If that's your truck, it needs to be moved. It's in a fire lane, and I guess they want that moved immediately, and it will be cheaper if you move it rather than they move it. So if you have a black Ford with Winnebago plates, PKZ 733, maybe go jump in that, just move it quick, that'd be great. Thank you. In the ring now, our judge, Tiffany Tomlin, is working with our senior showmanship. Following senior showmanship, we'll have intermediates, and then round out the show today with our juniors. this year for those of you that are not available or are not able to watch the shows or come to the fair every day. Something new this year, which I think is really neat. We are live streaming all the livestock, not all the livestock shows, but like sheep and goats today, the swine tomorrow, and the cattle on Saturday. We'll all be live streaming with the dairy on NorthIowaNow.com. So if you can't be here to watch the show and you want to check out the live stream, that's the camera you see up there in the corner. Thank you to Kimball Equipment, Knutson Automotive Services, Manley Services, Worthwhile Wind and Solar for their generous contributions. So a lot of partners come in on this deal to be able to live stream the shows. So if you want to watch a youth and you want to watch it while you're at work or watch it at home, or if you have an elderly person that can't get out here to the fair and can't make it, or basically anywhere in the country, if you want to watch the Worth County Fair, just go to NorthIowaNow.com and you can watch it live and watch it streaming. So thank you to them sponsors that are making that happen as well.
Showmanship as well, but I'll just reiterate, I take my time on showmanship. It's a nice cool day, which we're really grateful for, but even if it was blistering hot, I always take my time on showmanship because I think it's really important. When I was growing up, I didn't always have the best livestock, but showmanship was super important to me. And it encompasses more than just what's in the show ring. I always ask the exhibitors, especially the senior exhibitors, what they would change about their animal, what they like about their animal, and what they're feeding their animal. Because it's not just about what's going on in the show ring. You can be coached to show these animals really well, and that really, really matters. But I think at the end of the day, the goal is to be good stockmen. And being good stockmen means being good livestock evaluators, and being good livestock breeders, hopefully, in the future. So being able to make those selections is really important as well. I heard there's a livestock judging contest after this. I really hope you guys all take the opportunity to get involved with that. I got involved with livestock judging when I was in high school, traveled all over the country for it, and really, truly, it changed my life. So I really, really hope you guys take the opportunity to get involved with that because it makes you a really good stockman in the future. So I think you all did a terrific job. Again, showmanship is super important to me. I don't take it lightly, so if you have any questions, you can always approach me after the show. I went ahead and talked to them a little bit about what I thought they could maybe change and do better, and some things that I thought they did really well on, but I'll go ahead and shake the hands of your champion and then your reserve.
Champion senior showman was Caitlin Rodstead. Reserve was Riley Smith. Next in the ring will be our intermediate showman. Our sponsors for our intermediate is Farmer State Bank and Charleston Body Repair. In the ring right now is our intermediate showmanship. Next up to round out the show will be our junior showmanship.
these intermediate exhibitors did an excellent job. Let's give them a nice round of applause. One thing that I'm going to immediately commend these exhibitors on is when I went around and talked to them about some things that I would change, as I was telling them what I would change, they started to do it immediately. That is a great attribute to have and very coachable. So both of you, I really, really appreciate that. I'll go ahead and shake the hands of your champion and then your reserve.
Our champion is Natalie Burns, and reserve is Harper Baker. Thank you to Farmer State Bank for donating the banners on them as well. Now our last division will be our junior showmanship. Go ahead and bring them juniors in here. Thank you to our judge again today, Tiffany Tomlin. Appreciate her coming up here to work with our kids. I think she did a nice good job working with the youth and making it an educational experience as well as evaluating the livestock. So let's give Tiffany a good round of applause again. Thank you for working with our goat show here today. Our sponsors for our junior showmanship is Farmer State Bank and Beeland Tree Service. Thank you to Mike Beeland for helping us out with some of that stuff as well. Beelands have been real good as far as donating for different things here too as well.
promised me that they were going to show again next year, so that's what we like to hear. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. I'm going to go ahead and we'll round off the show. I really thank you guys and appreciate you for having me today. It's been so great to see the numbers here in the GOAT Show, and I hope they continue to climb, and the quality in the Sheep Show was terrific, and the top end of your GOAT Show was great today. So thank you for having me, and I always forget to thank the ring help, but the ring help was terrific today, so thank you guys for that as well. I'm going to go ahead and shake the hands of your champion and then your reserve junior showmanship today.
Champion junior showman is Aubrey Shutler. Reserve is Kinsey Ross. Congratulations. Congratulations to all these juniors. Hats off to everybody that showed goats and sheep today. Everything ran smooth. Appreciate it. Kind of had a change for the different day here, but man, we had a nice crowd. Thanks for everybody coming out and supporting the youth. Feel free to wander about the fair and check out the food stands and the other stuff. We got a rodeo tonight. We got a judging contest this afternoon. Plenty of activities here at the North County Fair. Back to full tomorrow. Thanks for everybody for coming out.